Good morning, everybody. We're back with another episode of SDtv. Yes, there you go, Snipe. Sorry, we're a minute behind here. I know, but we're here. We're here. Aaron, go ahead and take it away.
What up, everybody? Good morning. Morning, Miss Amanda, Miss Mary Rose. Good morning, Miss Mary Rose. Where are you? Are you at home? You traveling? What's up with you this time of year? Morning, Lars, Snipe. What up? Mr. Wilf, good morning. Mr. Paz, good morning. Omar, good morning. Give everybody a couple minutes to catch up, get in here. All right. Idris, good morning. Across the pond, how are you? Hope everybody had a good evening. Ready for an exciting week. All right. Sunny New Jersey. You're probably getting the weather we had yesterday, RC. It was incredible here. It was like 72 and sunny. Hope you're getting that. Miss Tomika, always a pleasure. Good morning. Hope you're getting some of this good weather too. What are we looking at here? Today, tomorrow, we got a bunch of rain coming. But, oh, yuck. Thursday, I'm not going to talk about it. 25 degrees on Monday in snow. And then it's back in the 50s. Whatever. Then we're back in the 50s and 60s. Lord almighty. All right. There's only a 96% chance of rain tomorrow, so we'll hold out for that 4%. All right. That is just nuts. 60 on Sunday, 25 in snow Monday. Oh, mercy. Okay, we'll take it. We'll take it. All right. All right, very good. Ty, what's up? Ty, are you traveling? Are you still traveling? I was just wondering. Yes, RC, he's still in San Diego till June. So hopefully all this will be over by then. But if it's not. Oh, Ty, you're back now? Gotcha. Well, from some of the pictures, that looked pretty cool, man. That looked pretty cool. Dario, good morning. All right. Thanks, RC. Okay. All right, let's get started, guys. So starting off on news, nothing on the tape for today, but obviously plenty of geopolitical stuff going on to keep us busy. But so nothing really today. Watch that 10 o'clock. There could be a little blip right there. We do have existing home sales, so probably not the best idea to put in a brand new order right then. And remember, Tuesday at 10 o'clock is when our real week, in quotes, starts. That's when the high participation kicks in. But going into the rest of the week, this is when all our news is kicking in, right? We've got CPI tomorrow, our normal unemployment claims. Now, this is going to be a big deal based on what came out last week. And then our PCE, that's an inflation print. That's a catch-up print from the little mini government shutdown. That's going to be a big one. That's on Friday. So jam-packed Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, but nothing too much today. All right. So let's move on here. There we go. Okay. All right. So here's where we sit after everything, after our Monday and all the craziness. Okay, starting off in the VIX. Now, this is the VX, the VIX futures, not VIX, the index. This is the leading indicator for our US indices. So if you look at where we are here, if I get rid of all this, okay, this is right where we're sitting. So we're still in these much larger short setups from the 44 down to the 15. We've had these for a while. All right, we never broke that. Okay, but here's our long from lows. All right, and this is what we're watching going into this morning. Okay, that long is from 1580s, all right, up here to our 3020s. All right, so trading view, if you don't have these exact prints, just draw from the 1580 to the 3020s. Mr. Will, if those people ever get back with you again, I'm just curious. Keep contacting your trading view peeps, guys, and seeing if they're gonna, if they would kindly stop rolling the VIX early. So, Prop Nerd, good morning. I've never heard of Trade C. Maybe somebody else can help you out. Not sure. I don't know. See if anybody else has taken a look at that. But this is the long that we've got our eyes on. Okay, this is the long that we've got our eyes on right here. Edward, good morning, Edward. How are you? Did you see my note pretty much directed right towards you, Ed, that I posted late last night? I see you did see that. All right. Mr. Welf, you're going to get right back on him. Very good. Okay, so from those 1580s to these 3020s, all right, that's the long. Now remember what that long means, okay? We've traded from it once to targets, twice to targets, 3 times to targets, and this would be number 4. All right, so that's what we've fallen into. Now, on the other side of this, here's where we're sitting, and you're going to see the inverse of this on all the indices. Okay, coming off of our highs, all right, right there, and then we have these 530 lows to lows extensions. Now remember, the indices going up in extensions and the VIX going down in extensions, that's totally cool. Okay, it's just the other way that doesn't last very long. All right, but those 515 to 530 lows to lows, that's what's holding us down right now. All right, so we're pinned between this extension short and that larger long setup. Okay, now what we did just do was we broke that next little measured move there, but we're not going to get too excited about that. So if these continue to hold and lead us down, right, indices are going to rally. Okay, if this would potentially, and this is getting really small here, but if this potentially would hold this little long setup, that could lead us higher. All right, but we're using as our line in the sand, these 2530s don't need to round because we're at a whole number. Just add a tick, 2535. Okay, so those 2535s and below, we're still in this extension short. Okay, if those break, then yes, we could come halfway back, right, from our highs, but the series would have broken, right? So we couldn't officially trust that. So we are at a VIX support level. Okay, now on the other side of that, if the VIX would hold these extensions and start to fall, this long is 2130, don't need to round, just subtract a tick, 2125. So if we would break the 2125s, right, then pretty much the indices are out of the woods for a while. Okay. All right, so that's where we're sitting. It's, you know, interesting spot going into our Tuesday at 10 a.m. Okay. So very interesting spot here. All right. And you'll see this holding this extension short would lead us in the direction of our gap fills too. So we'll go over that here in a second. But that's right where we are. All right, we had this little reprieve yesterday. But if you look at on the indices, if you look at this long, right, on the VIX, you'll see that exact great big short on the indices, and you'll see the exact inverse of this extension short as well. Okay. Extension short anchor 2665. Yep. Ed got it. Added an extra 6 in there, Ed, but I know what you meant. Yeah, 530. And you'll see this. You'll see this on the indices. Yeah, it's like 515, 530, depending on. Did I hear a niner in there, Ed? What number did you call? Did I hear a niner in there? All right. Okay, everybody good? All right. Forgot to come in with some warning shots. Yeah, I tried to beat you to it. I tried to send that shot across your bow before you could set your crosshairs on me. Calling from a walkie-talkie. Oh, mercy. So many places we could go with that. So many lines we could drop from that movie. All right. Everybody good? All right. This isn't a prop. This is Thinkorswim right here. This is Thinkorswim. All right. Oh, you got it, Ty. Okay. Everybody got it? Everybody good? All right, remember this runs inverse, right? This leads our US indices. So if we see this roll out of this, indices strength. If we get up here and break this, we're more than likely the VIX is going to go into longs again, and we're going to see some serious indice weakness. All right. Thank you, Snipe. Smash that like. That's right. Okay, moving on. Okay, here's the financials going into today. Now, we've had a series leading us down, right? And that series yesterday broke. So there's a couple ways to look at this. This was the next in the series that broke. What we're going to look at, just to give this all the respect it deserves, to make sure we don't misidentify a trend break, okay, is we're going to continue with these last Monday highs to lows. Okay, now this could in quotes have been our trend break yesterday, because remember, we were going down in a series, right? We were going down in a series. Boom, this would be our next one. Broke. But we'll give this all the room it deserves here. So remember, our financials, when they rise, that's a tailwind for the indices, positive environment. When they fall, negative environment, or a headwind against the indices. Okay, it doesn't move tick for tick. All right, so we'll watch these. If we do get a pullback, we'll watch these longs from lows here. And just remember, bank's just an index. It's not traded. Okay. So it doesn't have to be exact. Okay. All right. So that's what we're looking at going into the morning. All right. So you can see both VIX and bank are at some pretty important levels here. All right. Just remember, VIX and bank are only for the US indices, right? They don't affect anything else that we talk about. All right. Okay. Now, so moving on to the ES. When we zoom out, right, we have not broken any longs. NASDAQ hasn't either. Okay, this massive extension long from December of 24 to our highs in October 25, right there, boom. There's our targets. We've had these since the dawn of time, 71.40. Okay, we still got 71.40s up there. All we've done is fall back down into this support. Morning, Dave. Dave, what's up? How are you? All right. What was I doing there? Sorry, Dave threw me. There we go. Okay, so we haven't broken anything. There's that support that we've screamed out of. Now, here's the pickle, right? That VIX long. Okay, here's the indices short, or the ES short, from these 70.43s over here on January of this year, January 26th to our lows. Right there. That's the VIX long. See how much of a pickle that could be if the VIX holds that? The VIX holds that long, right? So yeah, we'll just watch the VIX. It'll tell you everything you need to know. Now, the intraday, okay, we had these pullbacks off of lows, right? And then there's our 515, 530 highs to highs. Okay, that inverse of the VIX right there. All right. So same, just exactly inverse. So 5:15 to 3:30, 5:15 a.m. to 3:30 Eastern. And there's your extension long. Okay, now when we're looking at the gap fill is up here at 68.0175. Here's 10 points, here's 20 points. Now let's put 30 on here. 81.7175. Let's see if I can get it. Get lucky this morning. 71. Oh man. Oh, now I'm all over the place. I had 71.70 there for a second. All right, so 71.75. Okay, so you can see we're bouncing off this 30 here. All right, now if we open at 930, right, within these 20 points, that gives us about a 70% chance of that gap fill. But more importantly, that means that we're holding this long, right? And the VIX would be holding that extension short. Okay. All right, which would be a big deal. All right, so there we go. So looking pretty sharp this morning for possible gap fill entries. We had our 30, and we'll see if we get within or inside of these 20. Now, if we open outside of these 30 and we're falling, right, then that means the VIX is probably breaking that extension short, and we're not going to want any part of the fill. All right. So there we go. If these extensions hold, right, and those extension shorts on the VIX hold, we could really be onto something to the upside. Now, remember, that's a big if, right? It's a big if. All right. Any questions on the fill? Any questions on the fill? Everybody good? Okay. All right, so it's all about the VIX there this morning. Okay, moving on to the NASDAQ. Now, when we zoom out on the NASDAQ, did the NASDAQ break anything? No, right? From our highs on December 16th of 24 to our highs October of 25, right there. Stick saved that line in the sand right there. Have not broken. Still have targets. It's 27,330. All right. Now, here's the, yeah, you can see it. NASDAQ's highs to lows. From our highs on January 28th to our lows down here February 5th. There's our pullback, right? That never broke either. But intraday, same. Here was our pullback off the lows. Now the NASDAQ's been really strong, right? Really strong compared to the ES, right? There was our pullback, blew through the target. Here's our highs, our 5 o'clock or 5:15 highs to highs. There we go. Okay. So there we go. You can see how much stronger the NASDAQ is, right? The ES is down about in here. Same draw. There's the NASDAQ. Okay, so we'll let the ES gap fill and the VIX be our guide, right? As always, if the ES starts trading towards the fill and the VIX starts falling, we're going to rise. Okay? All right, so there's the NASDAQ. Same draws, 5:30 to 3:30. 5:30 a.m. to 3:30. Okay? So there we go. There's the NASDAQ. Same as the ES. YM and the Russells. Now the YM's got room. It broke a smaller short setup. There's a little series of shorts leading us down. Those broke. Okay, so that means we can come halfway back. So halfway back in the YM is from these highs on February 10th down here to this low on March 9th. Okay, and there's its pullback. It was a little sloppy, but doesn't matter because all the others were holding, right? And then here's that 5:30 highs to highs. Defending right there. Trading it right now, right? There's that 5:30 highs to highs. Okay. All right. So we'll see. Now watch bank, right? Because the YM and the Russell is the most sensitive to bank's movements. So if we see bank lifting off this morning, it's going to take the YM and the Russells up with it. Bank, same thing the other way, right? Bank opens up and falls, it's going to pull the YM and the Russells through this. All right. So there's the YM trading it right now. Okay, moving on to the Russells. Okay, here's the Russells. Zoom out a little bit. All right, we've got support, but it's way down here. Okay, but here was that pullback the Russells had, a little bit sloppy, and then it defended. But then that next pullback broke. So that means we can come halfway back. Okay, so we're watching the same thing on the Russells. All right, there was that first pullback. And here's those 5:30, 5:15, 5:30 highs to highs. Right there. Okay, trading it right now. All right, so these extensions hold. That's gonna, obviously, that's gonna lead us higher. But again, watch bank, right? Watch bank when we open. All right, so all these indices and the VIX are all in the same setups. Okay, all in the same setups. All right. Okay. Thanks, Amanda. Yes, we're doing pre-market analysis. Yeah, that's what we're doing right now. Yep. All right. Any questions before we move forward? VIX bank indices on where we are? And see how everything's just lined up, right? They're all playing nicely in the sandbox together, so to speak. All right. Gotta get this thing fixed. This has been irritating. Okay. Everybody good on that, on where we are? Just basically 5:30, 5:15, 5:30, lows to, or highs to lows in the VIX, or lows to lows in the VIX, 5:30, 5:15, 5:30, highs to highs, or around about that on the indices. Okay, very good. All right, moving on. Bitcoin, big deal here on Bitcoin, right? We have now, all right, held our first long after a trend break. So we had these November 21st lows to lows extensions, right, on Bitcoin, and they were holding just fine. Hold, they broke, right? Now, here's the first pullback after that trend break, okay? And it's holding, and not so much that it's holding. Yes, that's a big deal, but we broke the opposing move. So we've confirmed now that this long is leading us higher. All right, So we broke our opposing move here. Okay, Bitcoin broke that. All right, so barring any unforeseen weirdness, our next stop, right, our next resistance level on Bitcoin is going to be probably up around these 85 to 93, right in there. Okay, so we can watch to see if we start to get a trend here off of these lows now that are going to start leading us into larger targets. Okay. All right, so Bitcoin is holding that first counter trend after it broke the extension and making a potential full pullback, which is juicy. Okay. All right, so there we are. Bitcoin, now crude oil. Let me go out because this is a big deal. There we go. Okay, so COVID lows, right, to March of 22 highs. Okay, that we've talked about this. That never broke. That gives us targets up at 159. Okay, inside of that, right, now this happened fast, but inside of that, we broke our opposing move, right? And here's our first pullback. Trade support, break the short, draw the long, and that's where we're at right now. And that's what we've traded. Okay, now inside of that, okay, there were these pullbacks off the highs, right? And they went to and through their profit targets. All right, and we went into extension shorts, and those broke. Those extension shorts broke. Okay, so what does that mean? Well, it means we can start holding pullback longs, right? So we'll keep an eye on these pullback longs here. Yeah, they're trying to hold right there. To see if we're gonna chop around at these lows for a while, Fred Flintstone getting his car going, or we're gonna start to lift off. Okay, because that's pretty exciting. Because again, we got targets at 159. Would this be a good time to get in on crude oil? Yeah, that's what I'm watching. What I'm watching on crude oil this morning is to see, number one, if we get to a target, we can look for the next pullback. But number two, if we can make a pullback in here. I don't want to buy it at highs, right? But I want to see if I can get in somewhere on a little pullback or something. Yeah, because we broke that extension short, right? So we don't have anything above. Now, of course, I'm prefaced by anything can happen, but we don't really have any resistance above us until we get to these 100. Okay. So yeah, there's a lot of accumulation going on right here. All right. Yep. Tired of watching the gap fill in your face and not being in it. Gotcha. Yeah, just use the 20 points, 30, or use the 20 point level. That's the easiest way to do it, right? And just use the VIX and use those 20 points. And just remember, it's not going to work every time, right? It's got a 70%, you know, if we're within those 20 points, it's got 70%. So just playing on at least 3 of them not working. And then then your head will be straight, right? You just take 10, playing on 3 of them not working, right? Okay. All right. So there's crude oil, right? We'll see if we, like I said, if we chop around down in here. Okay. All right. Moving on to gold and silver. Now, gold. Okay. Gold's still in this massive long, right? Like this huge one down here. Okay. We know that. We broke the short from highs. So this is the big pullback. Okay. This is the big pullback right here. We haven't quite gotten there yet. All right, we've been front run at this 5,000 area. 5,000 is a psychological level, right? But we haven't broken this short from high. So we haven't confirmed that we've traded support, right? Meaning if this short holds, we can actually get down here and trade our support level. But if this short breaks, right, then yep, we've traded support. We're going to draw lows to highs and start buying pullbacks. Okay. So there's gold, really hasn't gone anywhere. Now silver, on the other hand, okay, broke. All right, so it's in this massive long down here. So it has been trapped, okay, between this long from our lows on the 5th to our highs on the 1st. It's been trapped in this long and then our short from highs. Well, look what we did. All right, the shorts broke. So that confirms this long setup. All right, now, if we can get a pullback, right, before we get to this high, we might be able to grab an entry into this, okay? But if we get to this high first and we can't get through it, then we could go into a big range. All right, but the little battle over the trend right there, the longs won. Okay, the longs won. All right, so we'll see if we can get little pullbacks here, like I said, before we get to that high. Okay. All right, so there's gold and silver. Now, moving on to the dollar. Okay, so the dollar, this is a very good example of, remember, the DXY doesn't lead anything. It's not the dollar. It's just an index, right? It's a whole bunch of different currencies put together in an index, and they call it the dollar. Okay, the number one being the euro, right? Euro makes up over 50% of DXY. Okay, so DXY is in these longs, right? This extension long from February 5th to our highs on the 3rd. Well, look, it broke. Okay, it broke that long. So we'd be drawing up this short from highs, right? Now, if this keeps falling, okay, then that's dollar weakness. Now, look at the euro. There's the euro. It didn't break, did it? It didn't break the extension. Okay, so that's what I'm talking about when I say the DXY can lie, because this shows broken. Now, obviously, DXY moves inverse, but this shows broken. It didn't break on the euro. Okay, now if it does, right, if we do get up here and break this, then we can draw lows to highs and we might have a brand new trend to trade. But this is a really good example of how that can screw you up, right? If you don't understand how it works. Okay, so if you want, best way to look at dollar strength and weakness is just watch the euro. Now, since we're on the euro, if we do end up breaking this extension and we get pullback longs, that's going to be dollar weakness, right? We haven't seen dollar weakness in a while, and that dollar weakness is going to add a tailwind, excuse me, to the precious metals and the indices. Okay, if we roll back over, more dollar strength. Okay, but that's right where the euro is, right there. All right, so that's, again, that's a very good example of not getting caught up in people talking about DXY, because DXY isn't anything. It's not even its own thing. It's just a bunch of different things inside of it, right? It's not even its own thing. So anyway, this is a really good example of that. Okay. Now, well, let's look at the dollar yen. I know we went out of order, but look at the dollar yen. Okay, the dollar yen broke that long. Okay, that last, was it Thursday, Wednesday, lows to highs. That was the next in a series of measured moves. There was a series leading us up. This was the next one that broke. Okay, so there, I mean, there could be a bunch of different support anchors below us, but the series broke, so we're going to draw up these shorts. Okay, so if we continue or start to hold these short setups and roll over, okay, we're going into dollar weakness trades. Okay, we're going into dollar weakness trades. Amanda, this is what I was talking to you about, and some of you other guys about too, that the potential trend change on the dollar could offer us some really big opportunities, right? So whether you want to look short on the dollar yen, or whether we're going to look long on the euro, however it works, whatever you're looking at, um, there could be some real opportunities here. Me personally, I'm waiting for the euro to break that. If it does, and then I'll look to buy a pullback. Okay. So there's opportunities across the board here on the dollar. All right. Okay. All right. What do we got cooking here? All right. We got the VIX defending as of now. All right. We'll see if. All right. We're within our 20. Right. We're within our 20 points. Okay. Now this short from highs, don't draw it up. It might be there. Great. It fights the gap fill. Okay. And you're fighting this extension long. That's a asking to get run over. All right. So there we go. Looking pretty sharp, defending that extension. Right? Defending that extension short this morning. Pretty cool. This will be wild, guys. If the VIX breaks that long, this could get real wild real fast. All right. That's a big if, obviously. Either way, if the VIX breaks this short and lifts off, or it breaks this long, or it holds these extensions and continues down, either way, it's going to be wild. Right? So just keep that in mind. Good times. Good times, Edward. Good times. Oh, yeah, Edward's gone. Never mind. All right. Any questions? Any questions? Ty, did I see you? I swear, I don't think I dreamed this. Ty, if you're still on, were you standing next to like a live wild giraffe? Is that what I saw? I don't think I dreamed that. I hope I didn't dream that. Ty, if I'm having dreams about you, that's way out of line. I apologize.
Aaron, I was just gonna say, if this wasn't a dream, if this was a dream, he's gonna have to roast you on this one.
Yeah, exactly. I swear. Okay, thank you, Ty.
Good.
Yes, good. You bailed me out. Yeah. What kind of threw me on that picture, Ty, was I don't think we all understand the size of a giraffe unless you see something of scale next to it. I was like, oh my gosh. Like, yeah. So very cool. Glad you enjoyed that, Ty. I liked seeing those pictures. Those were cool. All right. You were leaving the lion reserve in a giraffe, just casually eating, just like a normal day, just giraffe hanging out. That's crazy. Oh goodness. Well, I'm glad you had a good time, man. That looks like a really, really cool thing. Really cool thing. All right, Miss Mary Rose, thank you. Luke, thanks. Mr. Paz, thanks. Thanks, Ty. All right, everybody, we're in the clear for news. Remember, we do have those existing home sales at 10, which could cause a little blip, but I'm going to get too excited about it. Oh, Amanda, giraffes are your favorite animals. There you go. Nice. Very good. Well, you need to go follow Ty on Instagram then, because he posted some really amazing pictures from Africa. All right, cool. All right, thanks, Tyler. You got us?
Yes, sir.
All right, thanks, everybody.
Thanks, Aaron. Appreciate it. Oh, what is my camera not on? No, there we go. Yeah, Ty, what's your Instagram so we can all check it out? How's everybody doing today? Hope everybody's had a good evening last night. Got some more warm weather here, but along with Aaron, I think it's gonna get down into the 20s here later on this week, which is just Tenderoni Pac-Man. That's a heck of an Instagram handle. I like that. Oh man, I woke up last night like 1 a.m. in bed, and my wife happened to wake up at the same time. We've been watching this series on Amazon Prime. We made the mistake of putting it on at like 1 a.m. Next thing I know, I look over, it's like 4 a.m. And I'm like, oh my goodness gracious, I gotta go to bed. This is terrible. That's why I was running a little late this morning. More pictures to post. Oh, that's awesome, man. So you were just on a Africa vacation, like doing safaris and stuff. That's awesome. My parents just did like South Africa and stuff. And did some good pictures. All right, guys. So, like Aaron said, it should be an interesting trading day here today. Lots of things going on in the market. We have Zach coming on. I know Zach had a big trade yesterday that he closed, and it really took off. So he's a little bit in tilt prevention mode. So he may not be on quite as long today, but that's all right. I'll be here trading. He'll be here for probably at least an hour or so. We're just gonna step away here for a minute. I gotta slam my 5-hour energy to get me going here. Get the squad going, and yeah. I don't know if Snipe's still here, but I think we're gonna do a Tradeify giveaway today as well. We'll do it towards the end of the live trading session here. And so gold's been in a bit of a range here. I'm seeing if we can gold can break over 51.98s here. Keeping it on watch. We have NQ right at the overnight open here, so interesting spot for it as well. We'll see what happens. Cape Town, that's what my parents did. They did Cape Town and stuff. They did they went to a restaurant, like bar somewhere there, where it was like an open restaurant, right? And you were sitting outside, and just like the animals walking around right where they were eating lunch and stuff was super cool. But yeah, I'd like to do that one day. I haven't been able to do that one yet, but sounds like it would be one of the more fun vacations that you could do. But all right, guys, we're gonna step away here just real quick. We'll get Zach set up on the back end whenever he gets here. And I'm sure he'll give us some good psychology lessons about his tough experience yesterday. Gold's taking off without me here. We'll see if it gets the breakout or not. But yeah, we'll be right back, so don't go anywhere. Good morning, everybody. We're back with another episode, live stream, whatever you want to call it. It's another day on Stock Guys TV. And before we get into Zach's morning game plan here, I just wanted to see Fisk. Are you still on, Fisk? Fisk had the question: what happens if you buy a call but ended up below the price you want? Do you lose or get to buy that stock on Robinhood? So, options are, obviously a leveraged way of trading, and they're something that you could exercise the option and take the shares at a certain price. What I would say is, though, that most day traders, and this would be Zach and I included on the stream if you're still here, Fisk, but most day traders are buying options and planning to sell the options before the option expires, and it doesn't necessarily have to get to the price you want. Hopefully you're still here on stream and you're listening. Oh man, I took one of my first gold trades ever and gold pumping here. But anyway, Fisk, so say, just for example, right, you bought a SPY. The SPY was trading at 595, and you bought a 600 strike SPY call. Well, if relatively quickly, obviously there's theta, there's time decay, there's options, Greeks that all factor into this. But if you got it at 595, it was a 600 strike, so that's the price you wanted to go to, and it only went to 598. Your options call would still be up in profit, and you could sell it at a profit, even though it didn't get to 600. But I mean, you can really go in depth on options and do a lot of different things with them. People trade them different ways, but as long as the underlying price of the stock moves in the direction that you want it to in a relatively timely manner compared to the expiration date of the option, you still should make money, and you could sell it at a profit, unless you wanted to then exercise that option and you wanted the shares for whatever reason, if that was the way that you were trading and you were looking to do more of a longer term thing. So I don't know if you're still on. Hopefully that answers your question, if you are. But if you have any other questions, feel free to follow up. Zach and I would be happy to help give you whatever information you need and help you learn the best you can. So with that being said, Zach, how you doing today, man?
What's up? What's up? And Tyler, real quick, I'm just curious. I'm looking at my gold chart. I'm seeing a level at 52.33s.
Yeah, so I have when I just marked it up, I had 52.36. Let me see, and I can even let me change my settings here on this one. And it's funny you said that you were literally on last week, right? And we had talked about, like, I had taken that short kind of the lows, and we had talked about potentially like doing a long, but you were like, it's not, we don't have it from any. Oh, so this is one, and this is one that I don't know if why is it? Oh, I'm on 2-minute chart. That even so this is one that I typically do mark, but I don't know if it's like standard from the way that we do it. This was from, oh, maybe it is actually. So I have it from February 27th, but no, maybe that's, oh, you're right, actually. You said 33s? Where did I mark this?
No, there's a 50, I have 52.33, but your chart just looks different than mine.
Hold on, let me see here. I'm looking at
your
GC.
chart looks...
I swear when I looked at it other ways, I marked it here differently. And this is what I was, oh, here it is. I have it from, actually.
Yeah, so hold on, look at my chart real quick. I'm just gonna throw gold on my chart on the hourly.
I don't know if I came far enough here, but it was this day here.
So look at your chart real quick, and look at my chart.
So there's mine, and there's yours. Yeah, see, it's see, TradingView and Thinkorswim definitely just have some differences sometimes. And
yeah, and also I turned on and off the adjust for dividend, which is typically sometimes the issue. Or adjust for contract roll, excuse me. And it's still the same. So weird, interesting, but I just was wondering.
So I actually took screenshots, and I meant to send them to you the other day, because it was literally a week ago when we were on stream. Because I went back and looked, because I had a level where we were talking about potentially longing from, But there's a
Mhm.
lot of other like students that I know learn the same level system that I learned, and I've like
Yeah.
posted on my Instagram stories before, like, oh, these levels are so accurate, they always work. I took this long from here on NQ, and I've had a bunch of other students reach out, like, dude, where did you get that level from? Like, I didn't have it,
Yeah.
I didn't have it, and I don't know what it is. I know there's a difference between TradingView and Thinkorswim, and I've never like
Yeah.
used TradingView for charting, so I don't know what the actual detail is, but for some reason I've had some levels that other people that use the same system haven't always had. I'll even send them to you here just so you can see like the reference
No,
that I'm
I
talking
saw
about.
it looked. I mean, based on your chart, it did look valid.
Yeah,
But
yeah. So I actually
the charts itself are different.
yeah, on the gold trade, if I go back down here to like a smaller time frame, when I was watching, I just took we had the at 51.98. We got a break kind of above that, so I kind of entered halfway through this bigger 2 minute bar here. Just got a nice follow through, aiming for the 36 here.
Yeah.
But
So like for me, and again, this is why I don't know what's right. I personally think TradingView is right, but again, maybe there's no right or wrong.
yeah,
I have 50, if you look at my screen, I have 51.91 2. And like, again, maybe it just worked out this way, but you can see we kind of broke above it, retested it pretty clean, which is also the EMAs, and then bounced. So again, I don't know what's right, what's wrong. Clearly one is wrong.
Yeah, so I'll pull this up more time. And this is actually the level that I don't know if a lot of people would mark, but I do. And it's the it came from let me make sure. Okay, so we had this end of the day here ended green, right? And then we got the gap up to this here, which was just the open that then faded. So I marked this based off of this open. So this is like my my green to red here. Which I don't know if you mark those based off like it's the end of the day
I
candle
do,
and then
but
the
the thing
open
is,
candle.
my chart doesn't even have that.
See, that's so weird.
It's like for me, it's a lot cleaner, just like the 51.91 pivot from February 26th.
February 26th. Let me see.
We then rejected it on
Oh,
March
okay.
4th.
So it is okay. So now I have just to scoot over. I see exactly what you're talking about. It's right here. And if I were to actually mark that, for me, it's at 50, still at 51.98. Like, why is it different? You know what I mean?
So if you look, the charts itself are completely different. It's almost, I actually, it seems like, do you have it set to like market open? I don't know. Whatever it is.
Yeah. So here's my settings. It's when I click on settings. Let's see if it doesn't show it when I click on my settings. But the settings that I use are, so obviously I turned extended trading hours off. And then I mark on start aggregation at market open. So my opening candles at 9:30 a.m. Now that might be different with gold because maybe it might aggregate at a different time. Just I'm not.
Wait, I'm looking at something real quick here. Wait, actually, are you an hour behind me?
No, I might have my Thinkorswim. We talked about this the other day. I think I have my Thinkorswim stuff, but I'm East Coast. I'm like Eastern Standard Time. Yeah.
I'm not sure if it plays a role, but on the top left there it says 3:10, 26, 8:20.
Yeah. So okay.
I don't know.
No, so
maybe
so,
I don't know.
So that would be 9:20.
We'll
that does speak to my point though. Like there's I just got the trim on gold there. But that does speak to my point about how if you look at like I think crypto and gold are the same way. Like it shows like the market hours apparently starting at 9:20 and then it ends a little earlier. Like crypto ends a little earlier. If you look at Bitcoin, when I mark my Bitcoin levels, Bitcoin futures and stuff, is not like the same as like the indices.
So what is the last candle of the day for you?
It would end at like 4:15 or whatever.
Well, so that candle that you're currently on. So just go to yesterday. This is the last piece before I get to my daily plan real quick.
Yeah.
What is the last? So right now are you on regular trading hours?
Oops, hold on. Sorry, I marked this. So yesterday, so this is extended hours turned off, right? So this would be it here.
Wait, no, it says extended hours on.
Where does it say that at?
On the top left, it says gold futures ETH.
So yeah, so that would be gold futures, right? Is that just like Ethereum, right? I think the ETH just means I think that's what it means.
Extended trading hours.
Is that what it means? Because like if I go to my settings and I go to futures, So I have show extended trading hours turned off.
See that's what it is. I guess it has like a weird function there. Again, I don't know if it's right or wrong, but that's definitely what it is because your candles are just a completely different.
I'm an idiot, dude. I literally always thought the ETH stood for like I don't know what I even thought it meant. So you're definitely right. But I do mark it. So like I have show extended hours trading session turned off, but for some reason what you're saying is it is still like still factoring in that somehow. But it's weird because it's giving me the gaps, right? Like it's like this candle.
Yeah, but it's just like also different because also if you just look at it, you only see 6 hourly candles that day.
Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4.
Right.
And so how many should you see on the gold chart? I'm gonna compare this to NQ real quick.
I mean, I think 7 or 8.
So if I go hourly,
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, 7.
So I have 7 on NQ, but gold's only giving me 6. That's interesting. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, this is I don't know. Maybe something to look into for future reference. And I never really trade gold, so like when I do NQ, the I've seen the hour, the levels that I mark them and how they work and how they use them, all that stuff. But gold, I haven't like very often watched the reaction to the levels to see if like, okay, I like how I mark these, blah blah blah, that kind of thing. That's interesting. So Frank said ETH hourly ends at the top of the hour. RTH ends at the half hour. And so Frank, do you know if I then have the settings set to start aggregation at market open, does that affect that? This is just we're kind of going down a rabbit hole on charting here, but so interesting.
Yeah, and real quick, I'm just gonna hop into the daily plan real quick. It's not really much of a plan.
Yeah, go ahead.
But I have 3 tickers on watch for options. I don't know if I'll take any because it's just been a rough couple of days for me. So I'm looking at AXTI either on a dip buy at the hourly 8 or above 39.5s. Either or works for me. Looks like we might get the gap here. I'm looking at BABA once the hourly flips. Whenever the hourly flips, I can take a swing long there. And then finally looking at ANET for a daily flip above last week high at like 139s. And then I still have a couple swings, but my main focus today will be in futures. So also I'm considering a short right here at the bell, which I don't often do, but I am watching this for a short on gold right away. I want to see how we open though.
Okay, nice. So my trade, we got open here. My trade was on micro gold futures. I had 5 micros. I took 3 off there, which for a nice profit, and then I have my stop at break even. My entry was at 52.05. So Frank, but to answer your question, Frank, I'm on Thinkorswim, and so when I just type in like like / and the ticker, for instance, I type in NQ, the first one that comes up would be E mini Nasdaq 100 index futures, ETH, which would be, as I just learned, you don't use that. Okay, you use TradingView. So obviously, I guess that means extended trading hours, like Zach just told us there. And then when I click on settings, though, you guys can't see this. When I click on settings, it doesn't show you my settings that pop up. When I go to futures, when I'm marking my hours, there's something that says show extended hours trading session, and I turn that off. And then I turn on start aggregation at market open. So what that does, if you look at it from an hourly perspective, at least what I always thought it was doing was showing me 9:30 to 4:30, looks like 9:30 to 4:30, and so I thought it was just showing me not extended trading hours, but it's on the extended trading hours chart. I don't even know if you can get RTH charts on TOS. Because I'm looking and it's like not even an option. Interesting. Trading views and options, settings to change. Yeah, see, there is, but we like in this this GC short. Frank said we like this GC short or waiting for a pop over OP.
So I actually tried to do it on my Tradeify live account, but for some reason it has some pop up. I'm not gonna lie, I had an order to short at 52.32.
Is it like the market data subscription thing, Zach? Since you just activated that account,
No, it's not even that. It says something I've never seen. It says you can't make trades because your prop firm plan has expired. We need to try to renew your TradeBit prop plan. So I just emailed my live guy.
I was gonna say, yeah, if they moved you live, that's crazy.
Yeah. So I just emailed him. I'm gonna see what he says, but my TradeBit is not allowing me to place a trade on there. So now at this point, gonna wait and see, I suppose. I mean, that was the entry for a quick little 7, 8, 9. Oh, I guess 32s, almost 10 points.
We've got the indices all, well, not the down necessarily. And the ES is starting, initially got a pop, but has faded that pop here back underneath its open. This charting thing's I'm gonna be thinking about it all day now.
Dang, here's the short playing out potentially here in gold. The target will be the 5-minute 8 EMA on regular. I mean, the entry still here is not terrible, it's just obviously not as good R to R. I mean, realistically, I'm also looking for a pullback long at 51.91s. So if we get there, that could be a long. I'm not sure. If we can get a 2-minute sell up here, that would potentially work for me for an entry. So a pop here, which we're doing, and then back under 52.20, stops above 52.28s. That's what I'm watching for. 52, about 10.5 is previous day high.
I'm gonna ask ChatGPT here on the charting, see if it knows.
Wicked glare right now in my eyes.
I noticed the sun coming in on you there.
Yeah. AXTI got a gap and it just ripped, so nothing there. BABA is going to flip an hourly if it holds here. ANET also is going to flip the daily above last week high, so it looks good. So I just need to wait for at least the first hour close. But I'm still stalking this GC short.
We had NQ a nice pop off the open into yesterday's high, and then we saw a pretty good rejection. Still above the opening here. But failed to get over yesterday's high. We'll see what happens.
I think I'm going to take a short here, guys. I'm stalking it. Oh, it just dipped. Didn't want to wait for me. I'm going to set a limit order, guys, at 52.21s for a short. I'm going to add to it if it pops to 52.23. So I have an order at 52.21 right now for a gold short. All right, I just got filled on a gold short. Got 2 micros right now. I'm going to add to it if we need to, if we can. This is not on my live account. I set an immediate TP if we just quick dump at 52.11s. But I do want to potentially add if we can. I really want to take that entry up there, but it just kind of went without me, but it's fine. Oh, not really. The trade
I have my stop some profit on the gold trade.
Oh shit! I didn't. I forgot you were even long. My bad.
No, dude. Don't ever. Obviously, that's just. I'm kind of just playing around with gold a little bit here. I
Yeah.
took off more than half my position at a very nice profit, and stops are
Okay.
in profit here. So this is a winning trade for me either way. I'm not stressing at all.
Sounds Gucci.
But yeah, I mean that's the thing on trading, and so based off of the levels, and who knows if I have them marked right, but based off the levels that I had, gold did make the move. You know, we broke the level I was watching. It made the move to the upper level, up at the 36.30s, which was essentially my target, which is why I took more than half the trade off, and we rejected that area cleanly. So the rejection here is not at all shocking. It's just not, it's just not getting it hit my target, and it looks like the runners will probably end up getting stopped here in profit, which is totally cool. Go ahead, Zach. Say that again.
The sun's literally right in my eyes. I gotta like shield my eyes.
Zach's still adjusting to the new apartment here.
Yeah.
Obviously, no need to look at this right now, Zach. Manage your trades, but whenever you're done, I'm gonna DM you these screenshots here. But last week when we were on, we were talking about potentially longing, but we didn't have a level in the area. I actually did, and it came from September 5th, 2025. So I just sent you a couple. So I sent you. I'm going to send you a screenshot. That's where I marked the level from September 5th, 2025. There was another date where we got a nice reaction, a nice hold off the level, and then I sent you a screenshot, which was the actual intraday price action of that level whenever we were on stream together.
I'll take a look.
So it's interesting, and that's the thing that's funny is like. Obviously, we're all looking at the same things, but your settings, different thing, things can just be off just a little bit different for everybody here. But
exactly.
So VIX still flat on the day. RTY and the NQ so above their opens, the Dow and ES right below.
If gold gets a 2-minute close above VWAP, I'm gonna probably just close it for whatever it's at. It was up almost 5 points, but I was looking for at least 10 initially. I still want to add, so if we get a 2-minute sell, I'll add to it, but don't want to be too aggressive near the open here.
Frank said on gold is 32.90 and 46.2. Yeah. So hold on. Let me just double check my gold levels here because I marked them up kind of quickly this morning. So on gold, the levels that I was watching was I took my entry at like 51.98. So I actually have like 51.98.2 and 51.98.8. And here, let me go to my chart so you can see. So I took my gold entry. So I had those two levels here, 51.98.2, 51.98.8. So I took my gold entry on this 2-minute bars. We started to get a break above here. And then my target was here at 52.36.3. So like I caught the move above these levels up to this level. Frank, what's what's the level system that you use? Are you someone that uses like the hourly level system like Zach and I do? Or
yeah, he does.
Okay. You use Zach's levels. Okay, cool. right, so Vic's holding up here with some strength. NQ back into the open here.
I'm watching this 2-minute bar, guys, for a potential add on the gold. If it kind of is more mellow. If not, I'm just gonna hold what I got.
And then, so then also too, like I have like a main monitor in front of me that I use, that I like mark all my levels on. Then I have a secondary monitor that's here that I have, that's like my stream monitor here. So, I mean, it's just, I can switch the settings in and out, but like currently when I'm watching like intraday action, I like having the extended hours on because I like to see the overnight price action and stuff like that. But I have my my stop and profits on gold at 52.12.9, so it didn't quite hit there. We're still in the gold runners.
Yes, an NQ definitely not ideal, especially NQ poking higher and failing under the OP. And XTI with a big pop.
Frank, I have that. So like on my main monitor, I use, so Thinkorswim, there's something that's called, you can click either like the charts tab or the flexible grid tab. And here, I'll just switch real quick so you can see. So this is, let me adjust, but this is my main. It doesn't even fit. But like when I'm watching intraday, like I'm using a grid view like this. So I'm looking at ES, NQ, gold, YM, the Russell, and I'm looking at them on the 2-minute, the 5-minute, the 15-minute, the hourly. So like this is like the main watch that I'm watching, and then when I'm marking my levels, oh geez, NQ with the nice bounce here. And then when I'm marking my levels, Frank, I use like a 2 grid view like this. So like the one on the left side of the screen is like extended hours turned off. I use that to mark my hourly levels, all that kind of thing. And then on the other side here, extended hours turned on. So this is typically what I do most of my charting on, is this view that you see right here. It's just for for the stream purposes. The other one just fits on stream a little bit better here.
I'm adjusting the take profit slightly to 52.11.5s. Actually, 11.6s slightly. For just about 1-to-1.
Yeah, gold short looks good. I just got tagged out in profit there on the remaining 2 gold contracts there. But that was about $1,000 there on the gold trades.
Let's go. There we go. Just got filled. There we go. Nice little 1-to-1 trade. There it goes, even more if you want it. I just only had the 2. I was about to add on this candle here, and then I just kind of got away, but it's fine. Got about $200 per account there. Oh, I still have 1 runner. I'll close that one now. All right.
Just sorry, Frank, I'm catching up on the chats a little bit there, but it sounds like you got it sorted on the huge chart that was there. Keeping an eye on Q longs here. I actually check the option chain. Nice trade there, Zach.
Sir. So again, for me, I don't know what levels are right. I'm just going based on my levels. So, in the pre-market, right, we hit that 52.33, and I was actually looking to take entry basically there at 52.31s, but Tradeify didn't work. So, just for some type of other entry. Then I throw in regular trading hours right after that. Saw that power bar back under the opening print, and then just looking for some type of pop. So I took the pop up there on the fourth 2-minute bar of the day, 52.21s. Was about to add on the bar where it dumped, but obviously it dumped, so then I didn't. But flip side now, I am looking to long at the 5-minute 8. So if we can get a dump to 51.91s, I think it's a good spot to go long now on gold. So I'm hoping that happens. Just also checking my phone to see if this Tradeify is fixed.
Considering a QQQ 612 strike. Long here. VIX is still up a little bit. I don't know if I'm rushing it here. We're sitting right at the overnight open here on NQ. Russell holding up decent. Nothing on the cues for me yet.
I'm not going to place a limit order at 51.91, but I'm actively watching that for the long.
Yeah, the new function on Tradeivate with the lockout. Yeah, about time, right? Oh man, I'm gonna try. I tried a little bit of QQQ, the 612 strike. My target on QQQ, the first target would be 612.34. We'll see here. We've kind of rejected yesterday's high a couple times. See if we can get over that or not. It's crazy, man. Yesterday was, we got the big gap down to market open, right? Sunday night into Monday, and then, but it was like a little spike into the low end of the range, like the higher time frame range, and then once again, right, immediately. So if you guys are on live today, you probably follow Zach, and maybe you're part of the Stock Dads Discord. So you probably he made a reel on it yesterday. He had a tough trade yesterday where missed opportunity on a very big winner, but that's part of the game. It's probably one of the hardest parts of the game, and Zach could have made close to 300K. I did buy a QQQ call yesterday for $6, and I almost bought 10 of them for $60, but I only bought one, and it went to sold it for $150. Okay, so I also too missed out on nothing even close compared to Zach there, but
it's all sadness. It's all
the opportunity cost. I was on stream yesterday, and I was just kind of like I'd taken my futures trades. I was like, where do I think NQ could get it? So I bought a 607 strike when we were at like 595, just held it towards the end of the day. And I was actually on a call with, I don't know if you saw my face, Zach. I know you restored the charts, but we were in the call with DJ and Cal, and I'm like watching it QQQ go. I'm like, oh my god.
I know. I literally wrote that to my mastermind chat. I'm getting like ding 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 on these alerts going off, and I'm like, I literally typed them, what's going on in the call, and then they kept going and going. I'm like, wow, bad time to be in a call.
Yeah, that pump, like it was like at like 320, I think it was. We just started ripping.
And you want to know the messed up part is that right before the call, I was long actually at literally right before it. I was long 2665s around like it actually might have been so it was actually right after the call.
Okay.
Sorry. It was right before the call. It was like right before the call. I entered the long, and then I was like waiting in the waiting room. And then you hopped on, and you're like, "Oh, the call is not going to be until later." And I had just a limit order set for like a new pivot high at like 24/7/15s or so.
Mm-hmm.
Just because I was like, okay, I'm going to use this hour to like go get lunch or whatever.
Yeah, yeah.
And I, literally, as I'm leaving the desk, the pump.
So I would imagine you probably got filled on your limit order, but it could have went way higher.
Wait, hold on. I might be misinterpreting. Oh wait, so okay. So I was long, and then I left a runner, and then that's what happened. As I was
Okay.
So I sold it at that peak, and then I just saw it continue to run at 300 points.
Yeah. That was such a wild.
Nonetheless, craziness.
Yeah, some wild action there.
So one of the stocks from the daily plan was this AXTI, and I said about the 39.5s. Sadly there was. Got the gap, but unless you were to press buy at the open, there was no entry. It did just run pretty much 10%, over 10% there, right to the target at 45. Mm-hmm. So,
were you looking for a little pullback into 39.56 there?
Yep, that's what I was looking for. Literally didn't even dip a penny, and it just ripped. So, nothing really you can do there unless you press a buy at the open or you swung it, which I did neither. But right idea, but no entry. Geometry.
All right. Well, RTY, the strongest index right now.
Yep. So ANET, I'm still on watch, but nothing yet. It has like kind of triggered for me. So now it's like, okay, daily's looking to flip, broke last week high. Now we're just going to be looking for some type of pullback entry. AXTI most likely will be no entry today. And then I took off the screen for gold, but the hourly is looking like it's going to flip. So the deeper the pullback, the better. If it can pull back to like 133s, that'd be ideal, but I'm not sure if it will. And again, the thesis here is just simply we're at the monthly 20 EMA tagged at. This is the first tag of monthly 20 EMA since last July before kind of igniting. So Baba was like one of the first trades I took on the year. It was a pretty big winner. And, I haven't taken a re-entry really since that like first or second week of January. So this would be that like swing long entry where we could buy, a 3-month out contract. We'll see. Kind of ugly action from Q.
Yeah, it's kind of choppy here between yesterday's high and the OP here.
Yeah.
ES just made new lows here, set at NQ. The Dow's looking kind of ugly.
NQ might be along at 36-ish. It could go down to 15-minute 8-13s. Let's see, ES 15, we're at the 15. So like this could be the general area, but it feels like it wants a little bit deeper of a pullback, I feel.
Yeah.
Go back to gold here.
NQ's sorted its overnight open here. Any individual names here?
Stop filled.
Come on, Mr. Tradeify, live manager.
I know, for real, right? That's such a weird. It's a weird.
Yeah, I've never seen that message.
Yeah, that's weird.
You tried to renew your trade by prop plan. To reactivate it, go to your prop and make sure your plan is active. But I have the live account set up for me, so in theory, I can't do that.
Yeah, if you're live, obviously you're not paying a subscription or whatever to Tradeify anymore.
Yeah, I don't know.
I'm giving the QQQ trade this 5-minute close here. If this 5-minute bar closes ugly.
Oh, you got some cues?
I tried just a little bit, not much.
Well, see, the problem is I didn't tell you I was mentally in. Now it'll work.
we're giving it the 5. I don't know. Yeah, it's not the Oh, let's see. We got a little spike.
We just had that 5-minute 20, which is kind of where I wanted to go long.
Yeah. I'd like to see it hold here. I didn't close yet.
If it spiked out really quick there to that 38.
Yeah, it did. Yeah, back over the open, I might even add a little.
Yeah, I'm leaning more chop, but even like, I mean, it's not the best R to R. I would say even to the open, but it's not a ton. It's like 40 points.
I mean, honestly, I might just probably close this.
The thing is, NQ is still 20 points away from its 15-minute 8, which now it's 15-ish. ES already tagged it now underneath, so ES is definitely a bit weaker. Uh-oh. Can you hear me?
Uh-oh. I lost Zach. Oh, he's coming back. He's back.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I think,
Sorry.
The dog's like, can you hear me?
It just said for a second that I lost.
Yeah, it looks like, it just disconnected, but came back on, yeah.
Okay, cool. I'm not sure what that was.
Yeah, Frank, sometimes you just get those, like, gut feelings, right? VIX. Thank you, trying to fold.
Yeah, you did just have, of course, as my Wi-Fi went out, tag that 15-minute 8,
Yeah.
22. And see, like for me, like this is already like, this would have been a good portion of the trade where I would have looked to take that direct 15-minute 8 tag. We already just bounced 35, 40 points. That would be like the snipe entry that I look for typically. But, you know, can't make it up. Lost Wi-Fi in that split second.
Yeah, that's. Gotta talk to that landlord. What the heck, man?
I know, right? I also even bought a Wi-Fi extender.
Did you?
Yeah, it was like $300, so it should work.
When we were setting up for the stream, I ended up connecting like a hard connection to Ethernet.
Yeah.
And it's been good.
Yeah,
definitely have it like when the Wi-Fi you every now and then it would like cut out or whatever. I haven't dealt with any other issues, knock on wood, but let's see how it goes.
I'm setting alerts here just in case I'm looking the other way and it decides to dump. I want to get that 51.91 as close to that entry as possible. The hourly so far could theory gap fill, but I don't think it's gonna. Set a bunch of downside alerts. 15.92 is ready long.
Overnight lows down at 830, so about 100 points. I don't know. It's funny. My gut, for some reason, told me shorts today too. But here I am trying to long stop. That's how much I hate shorting.
Yeah, and so the thing for me though, which I also am thinking long, like overall, like because I mean, listen, you can long and short every day, make money, right? But
Yeah.
it's something that I call like I don't really know how to describe it. I call it like market tempo, which like for me is just like timing, right? And so it's like, again, I always use like the expression because I play baseball. You know, when you hit a baseball, you can't be early, you can't be late, you have to be on time. It's the same thing with trading, right? So you have to be on time, which is hard, right? That's why for options, I tend to do swing trading because it gives you more gray area. You don't have to be as on time, right? You can be a little early, a little late, and you can still work out swing trading options. With futures, you have to be more precise, right? Which is kind of how I built my system off of taking shorts off of green candles, longs off of the red. Just similarly to before, I didn't short these impulse lows on gold. I waited for us, we were at like 52.18. I waited for the pop back up to 52.21s. So at that point, that candle was fully green, and I took the short there, right? Exactly right now, we would have pretty much had the pivot low exactly at that 15-minute 8 EMA on NQ, where if I just took it there, now we're up 60 points. If I wait for us to have the candle close, now you'd only be up like 15 to 20. So for me, it's just like a different way of viewing the market. And again, like the longs are probably valid, but based on my theory with EMAs, the EMAs need to either be tested one of two ways: time or price, always, no matter what. And in this case, it's just kind of chopping around, allowing those EMAs to get tagged directly via price, going down to 15-minute 8. And then hopefully we can chop around a little bit more to allow the hourly to come up so we don't have a further dip down. Which is also part of the reason why I was leaning short on gold, because we were so far away from these 2-minute, 5-minute EMAs, where I figured a retest of those would still be valid for longs, which in theory it was. The 2-minute reclaim here gave you 15 points almost on gold if you were to have long that, which I didn't. But, with that being said, you can still take trades both ways, but use the EMAs as a guide to kind of figure out when.
Yeah,
I really doubt we can get to the 51.91s though.
NQ back into the open, and VWAP here on that 2-minute bounce, but then quick rejection again.
Just got an alert. Okay, that's just cool.
VIX still holding up. So I'm not a big baseball guy, but I watched a video the other day. Pat McAfee. I think it was Kershaw. Was it Braden Kershaw? Maybe the pitcher. I don't know if you saw it or not, but they were like doing a charity thing where Kershaw was pitching on McAfee, and he got like 3 outs. Like he was, he hit every time, whatever, and it was like he made contact. They donated so much. If he strike, he donated so much. It's funny. Video.
All right, so we are getting that dip here. I'm going to look to potentially go long here, guys. I'm watching here.
On gold or?
Yep.
Okay.
Gold. 51.91s if we can get there. That's unfortunate.
Quick bounce.
Yeah. So the two areas I'm looking to go long right now are obviously the 51.91s I mentioned on gold, and I'm also watching NASDAQ. Because for me, like I would have been in and out of that trade. Like I'm just a scalper, right? I would have taken my whatever it was, 40 to 60 points, depending on how quickly the move happens. I would have taken that on the NASDAQ. So now what I'm looking for is a little bit deeper retracement. It could easily hold right here still. As long as we're holding 59.10s, we're good. But if it does want to dig deeper, the hourly right now is flipping a flip, or showing a flip, I should say, excuse me. But it could retrace a little bit deeper. And so where I'd look to go long in that case would probably be whenever ES gets to the 15-minute 20, which is sitting at 67.54s or so. So, but as long as we're holding this 29.05, 29.10s, it's kind of like a weird spot. I think the cleanest, though, for sure for me is just hopefully we can wait for a 51.91s on gold. The only thing is it may dip down a little bit more to the 5-minute 20. So I'd probably kind of do what I did before, go like 2 micros to start. I'm always willing to go like 4 micros with like a 12-point stop to risk about $500. Like we're like 450 or so. 450, 500 is usually like my max risk per trade. So I'd probably go like 2 micros to start and then add 1 or 2 if we dip. I am watching. I'm not going to place a direct limit order there. I'm just watching for the long.
Yeah, from the indice perspective, there's not much that's lining up for me currently. So just going to play the waiting game here a little bit. I closed the queues here a little bit ago. I'm going to go grab a water, Zach. I'll be right back.
Sounds good. All right, we're getting lower, guys. I'm watching here for that long. I'm going to just place 1 long at 51.91 fives, just placing 1 order, 1 contract there long. And then I can always scale into it. Just want to have a piece just to start. So 51.91 fives. What can we get to? So basically I'm going to get 1 there. If the 5-minute/2-minute holds, I'll add another. And if we dip to the 5-minute 20, I'll add either 1 to 2 more, depending exactly how it looks. And the stop for me at that point would probably be like 51.72. So figure average at like 86 or so. So yeah, about 13 points. Yeah, we're risking about like 400 to 450, depending on how many contracts we take, give or take. that's what I'm going to try to do. More and more. That'd be pretty unfortunate if we miss the tag by a couple of points, but I'm still leaving the one order there for now, for long. NQ is trying to hold that 15-minute here. I'm still not sold on a long, but it is trying to hold. I think that definitely the cleaner setup's gold. Freaking hot, this sun is like bacon on me. Every like 20 minutes I'm testing my Tradeify live account to see if it starts to work, but sadly no dice.
No dice on the Tradeify account, huh?
No. Yep.
Good morning, Jada.
Not looking promising for the long entry. Let's close this window.
Man, I wish there was something that looked a little bit better, but
yeah, I think we're gonna go lower here. I think that 55 area is gonna be tagged on ES, which kind of makes sense. 15-minute 20. For my, I mean, honestly, that I think maybe even just, I mean, I think NQ is a bit stronger, so I'd want a long NQ over ES, but just kind of looking here, this is kind of the thought process. I'm just, just kind of mapping it out, right? So if you look here, if you go to the 15-minute, for my people who like fibs, right, you pull a fib from that impulse, the start of that big impulse peak here. That general golden pocket area is also right at that 15-minute 20 area. So a lot of confluence overall there. But I would probably long NQ because NQ is stronger. So I would wait for ES to get down there and then long NQ. You could probably long ES anyway, but just my preference. Big pop on gold.
Interesting there. NQ did get a little spike lower before this bounce. ES did not make a new low there. Yeah, gold. Yeah, very nice pop.
no dice, unfortunately. Sadly. All right, so I'm gonna get rid of that order now. For now, guys, I'm gonna get rid of that 51.90.15's order. I'm just still gonna watch that area for long, but I mean that's a pretty big pop. We just got what, almost 30 points off that low. So now if we do get down there, I'll be a little bit more cautious. But also one thing I'll say too, guys, is just, at least for me, right, having the understanding of how to use the EMAs to help you, read the price action. Obviously, it's great for entry, but it also helps you stay out of trades you possibly shouldn't be in, right? And like, I always tell people the next kind of level up as a trader, it gets to a point where you kind of know what you need to do for the most part. It's now staying out of trades that you shouldn't be in, right? And so, at least for me, right, it's identifying, okay, like this is kind of a weird conflicting area for NQES. Maybe wait a little bit longer. If it doesn't get down there, so be it. But it's a mental win, like not taking a trade sometimes.
Mm-hmm.
Something that maybe you were tempted to take. Obviously, this is just kind of unfortunate that we're ripping, but.
VIX starting to roll over a little bit here.
Definitely starting to look a little bit better here. 15 minutes swept the lows there on Qs. 5-minute hammer. I mean, it's not bad. A little wide stop. At this point, I'd probably wait for the hourly close, but definitely looking a bit better now.
Maybe about 10 minutes. Yeah, I'm gonna wait. I would, if we can kind of accept back over the opening print over VWAP, maybe try another stab. Yeah, kind of just choppy vibes right now.
Yeah.
You right into its overnight open here.
Definitely not ideal that I messaged my live manager or whatever
Mm-hmm.
the role is. It's been almost an hour with no answer. So it's like,
Mm-hmm.
in theory, if there's ever an issue, it's time sensitive.
Yeah. Yeah, you definitely would like to see a quicker response.
Yeah, and I get it's like right at market open, but also like, you know.
Yeah, how many live traders do they have? Probably not a ton.
Yeah, I got added to their Discord.
Like it's a specific Discord for live.
Yeah, there's a live trader chat. It looks like, at least from what I can see online, there's 36.
Okay. All right, thank you. Q back into its opening print here at VWAP. We'll see if it rejects again. VIX just got below its open. VIX futures, that is.
So does that mean we pump it?
I would prefer that. Yeah.
The answer is always up.
Yeah. I'd like to see us kind of accept over the open and then give us a little 2 minute pullback into the open that then holds. Kind of what I'm watching for, but we'll see. 15-minute looks like it's about to put in an outside bar. We look at the 15-minute here, and I did mention too how ES did not make a new low there. So if you look at this 15-minute, NQ spiked a little bit below that previous 15-minute. So, you know, we're below the low there, and then we're right at this high. So if this can get above, we're going to put it in a full outside bar, where ES did not spike a new low. Keeping an eye on it maybe for another stab.
Hourly closing 5.
Try actually a little entry right here. A couple micros just as a initial order. Let's see.
If we can get over my VWAP, I think I'm going to join you, which is not too much more.
Yeah.
Like around this, like 25,000 be my entry. Stops a little wide, but looks good. We're now not quite, but we're pretty much at open print for ES, which was weaker, so that's good. So, you know, in Q,
it's a solid entry here if this gets some follow through.
Yeah. For my sake, I want a pause bar after this bar.
Yeah.
Like close here, close like at 20s, pause bar, take entry around 10 or 05, and that would be great. And then
yeah, I'd be okay with that too. I was just thinking like, if we do get above, like I was like, this little 2-minute gave us kind of a pull back in. We had the overnight open at 24,978, which is like right at my entry. Like right below the opening print. I was like, yeah, let me just try it here. 15 minutes full outside bar there.
I like it. I just sometimes tend to not all the time, but stay away from like the bar that the hourly candle closes on.
Yeah, no, that's not a bad idea.
Just because sometimes we see like, you know, fuckery for one way or the other, but it's looking good. So I think best case scenario, I mean, even like for if you're in the trade, is this bar close above the opening print, next bar like retest the opening print or just like a small wick down, whether I get in or not, just to show that okay, this isn't just a straight move up, this is sustainable.
Yep.
If we can break that, I mean, if we can break that first 5-minute high, which for me is always like the biggest red flag, that's like my orb equivalent.
Yeah.
It's got I mean, from that point, it's got 200 points of room if it wants it. Got like 25, 300-ish. Let's see. Yeah, about. Yeah. I mean, the old pivots I have is at 25, 300. 25, 200 is kind of that awkward one. I mean, at least 100 points.
Yeah.
I'm looking higher. I mean, I just want to break out of this range, man.
I mean, after that, that's like a strong move from the lows of the range. Obviously, there's a lot of geopolitical stuff going on, but you would hope it could get a little fall through.
Range, the high of the range is like the 300, 400 area.
Yep.
So, I mean, does it get there in a straight shot? I don't know, but it's got the room. You know, we do have a level by definition around like the 25, 200, but that's, I mean, for now, it's really just, I mean, if I'm looking at this hourly chart since like the start of February, it's just disgusting.
It really is, man. I was thinking that. I was looking at it earlier. I'm just like, ugh.
It's gross. So, let's see. I still am definitely very interested in ANET, but I'm gonna wait. Gonna wait.
Yeah, it's still sitting right around that. It's that target there, yeah. I don't even hate if this 2-minute comes back. Just like we're getting here into the open. Now I'd like to see it kind of hold. This was sort of kind of the initial entry that I was talking about if this holds.
Okay, Mr. Email me back. Let's see what I need to do.
Have earnings on Friday, Zach? Do you know?
I never know those Chinese names, man. It's just.
I don't remember seeing that, but Friday, at least on like the market move. So this is from Earning Whispers. Friday before open, I see EVEX. I see CREX. I see BETR. I don't see BABA.
I did see that it showed it on TradingView, but oftentimes it's wrong. But like for me, it's something that I'm willing to hold their earnings if I do take an entry, which I'm not sure if I will yet. Let's see. We are getting a bit of a push.
Yep. I was actually I just added a little bit more, 2 more micros into my long here.
Yeah, it didn't really dip.
I know, you got that little 2-minute back to the open, and that was it right here.
Yeah. I mean, I could have actually taken it at that 5-minute close if I was paying attention, but I was not. I was looking at Baba. My risk manager guy said that he's going to send it to the team to look at. So probably it seems like I'll be out of commission on the Tradeify Live today, or at least for the important part of the day.
Yeah. Yeah, that's frustrating.
Yeah, it is what it is. I mean, there's no rush.
It's one of those things that you just kind of deal with sometimes with that transition to live.
Yeah. I'm just now trying to figure out the best route because, like I said, it's a different format than pretty much all of the industry where there's 5 live accounts dispersed with the drawdown. So I'm debating what the best route is. Is it best to copy trade them all, trade them each individually, maybe have like one as a higher risk one, use the rest? So that's what I kind of have to figure out, which I'm going to think later on.
You're not a copy trade guy, right? You kind of just spread them.
I copy trade like per firm, so like I typically trade all like my funded futures together, Lucid, etc. But like I don't use all of it. I just think there's a lot of good, but like one bad, like even mistake would just wipe out everything, and it's just not worth it for me. So, like for example, it was last week actually on my Lucid before I got moved live. I was in a trade. I took like $150, $200 win, and then I forgot to close the stop, and I ended up losing that, and then losing like another 550 or something like that. I ended up rebounding, making it back, ending up green. But point is like if that were to happen, like on the copy trade across all my firms, that's a way harder bounce back,
Yeah, that's a good point. Bro, ChatGPT, what are you doing to me here? I just asked ChatGPT if it knew when the next earnings for Baba was. It's telling me February 19th. We're in March already here, buddy?
Nope, nobody knows the actual date. Sorry.
Yeah, I mean, it's not on the Earning Whispers thing, but hey, it could be, Frank. It could be. We don't know. We are up about 60 points here-ish on the NQ trade.
I'm up mentally 60 points.
Listen, dude, I was gonna send you your commission for the wins on stream, and then I saw how much you made in the payouts, and I was like, you know what? I think I need the commission sent my way, bro. Come on now.
See, that was the problem too. The first trade, I didn't realize you were in, so I couldn't mentally get in. This one, though, I think that's what it is, man.
Yeah.
You gotta let me know.
That's right.
Sometimes I'm in my zone, so.
VIX starting to roll over here. NQ back in the previous day's high again. We've rejected here twice so far. I'd love to see us get a little fall through above. I'm going to set a trim at 2596.75 just to take a little profit off.
All right, I'm watching silver shorts, guys, here. It's a little kind of like contrarian-ish because it's technically all pointed up. But if this 2 minute can flip down, the 5 minutes underneath the 8, we can target the 20. It's pretty good R to R figure entry, like call it 89, stops above 89.37, about 37 points, targeting 50. You can call it targeting new lows, even 1-to-1. Here is more. Jada's mentally in as well.
I know. I was laughing. You were explaining the trade, so I didn't say that, but I was laughing.
Yeah. I'm watching it here, guys. I want to wait for this 2 minute bar to close. If this 2 minute bar closes here, pops up a bit, rejects, I think I'm going to take it for a short. Stops above here. So again, it's going to be a little bit of a wide stop. Well, not really. Silver's just volatile, so you're going to be risking about 350 to 400 on the trade. But there's also that upside too. And just note for those in potentially NASDAQ, it's not like one will work, the other won't. Oftentimes they will inverse. So
yeah, like precious metals and the indices, you mean?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I wouldn't suggest if you're in both to take both. It might be too much to manage, but if you do want to take it, just don't get psyched out to that. That might be the case. So. All right, so ES actually weirdly broke the first 5 minute high.
I know. It flipped a little relative strength here.
Yeah.
Huh? Yeah. Jada mentally is banking right now.
Yeah. It's kind of getting a little away from me. It's fine if I miss it.
VIX is right at its overnight low here, or pre-market low, I guess you could say. Die, VIX, die. This previous day high on NQ here built like a brick shit house. The original 5-minute spikes at 82, so about 20 points still.
What's your target here?
So I have a trim. So I'll show you here in a second.
How do I manage mentally with how inflated contracts are? I don't really. I mean, for me, I'm like kind of used to buying somewhat expensive contracts. I mean, so for me, I'd probably just buy less time instead of buying 2 months out. You know, I buy like 1 month out or something like that. Just buying a little bit less time because the move should happen sooner is typically what I do. That's really it.
Yeah, I would mention that yesterday, Jada, that even 0 days are kind of expensive compared to what they used to be, I feel like. And
0 days is a different animal.
Yeah, which I don't know, Jay. I don't know what kind of contracts that you typically trade, and sometimes you can only size down so much, right?
Yeah, exactly.
But and then the less contracts you have, the less kind of wiggle room you have to manage your trades, right? Because you can't scale out or that kind of thing. But
yeah, I just personally think it's like, if you like 0 day, why don't you trade futures? That's just kind of my mindset.
Yeah. So I don't know if you tried futures, Jada, but that could be one thing that is if the option contracts are a little expensive for you, you can maybe try a little bit of futures and just try trading a couple micros.
Yeah, because it's SPX 0 day and futures are basically the same thing, but you have to get the timing right as far as like as soon as you enter the trade, because the theta hits hard, hits fast, right? So even like 2 or 3 5-minute bars in the opposite direction can start hurting the trade. We did also break that NQ 5-minute high, so that's good.
So you asked me about a target, and if you can see my chart here, this was from March 4th. We had that kind of that pullback right here, which is at 105.75. So I have a trim just to kind of front run that at 96.75, which
I didn't even mark that level. Actually, I do see it though.
Yeah, so I have that there, and then above that, it's like the 25-200, which I think you were talking about.
Yeah. I didn't even mark the 100.
But so I have a trim at the 100 one, just on that little pullback, and then the 25-200 would be kind of the next target.
Futures and I don't get along. That's me. I just think for futures, it's like you can literally open 5 prop firm accounts for the cost of 1 SPX contract. So it's like, if you just are talking about like how to leverage your money, right? 1 SPX contract or 5 futures accounts, for me, it's a no-brainer. That 1 SPX contract, could it make you thousands of dollars? Sure, probably not. Could 5 prop firms make you thousands of dollars? Yes.
Yeah. Futures are different in the sense, which maybe this is the issue for Jada too, is you're playing with margin accounts, right, as opposed to cash accounts. So you do have the ability to overtrade pretty easily. So like that's one thing that you kind of gotta you gotta have the discipline for. Definitely something that I still kind of struggle with, and that's why if you are able to kind of spread, and obviously everybody's financial situation is a little bit different, but if you have the option to spread, Jada, the one thing I would maybe suggest, there are a couple, there's some good instant funded accounts out there now. And I'm with you on that. Like I hate the evals too, so I like I tend to trade them with heavier size and try to get through them a little quickly. But when I've had my most success with prop firms, it was trading the instant funded accounts and kind of putting that max, figuring out what 20% is. Figuring out, okay, if I need to make $3,000 to get a payout, what's 20% of that? Do that math. Put it in your risk settings that that's like your max winning day, and kind of just aim for that number. But yeah, exactly. Options, yeah, and options, yeah, you can get paid. Yeah, I get what you're saying there, and that's definitely that would be the difference between the two for sure.
But also, there's daily payout accounts.
Mm-hmm.
And also the thing I would just say in general is that I totally get all the arguments, and I still do trade obviously options and futures every single day. But for futures, you don't really feel how powerful they can be until you start getting rolling, right? Until you start getting a payout, multiple payouts, and you're like, wow, like now if I leverage this, it's like there was a period last year, even when I was doing well, like very well in options, where I'm like, what if I'm 100% focused on futures? And I've said this before on the stream, but I'll say it again. Like, some people are like, oh, why don't you share all your futures entries? Because it's like I'm looking at every index. I'm looking at like 6 to 8 different option tickers a day. It's hard, to share it all. It's just that's the simple thing, right? Obviously, it's easier to teach people, and then I can kind of help guide, etc. Oh, it looks like that NQ hit your target, huh?
Yeah, I got. I actually took two trims off there, holding some runners here,
Nice.
but yeah, happy with that move. I moved the stop up to.
Is this on your live account, the top one?
This is on a funded account, but it's not on that one. So
Okay.
so I got my we started talking about this, and you were talking about how Lucid, how you decided not to, and so that's like, it's funny you say that. So when I got my live account top one, it was like last summer, and they were kind of just rolling out their live accounts, and I didn't really have an option. So it was 100K account. I had made around $26,000 in profit, and I took 10K of profit from that 26,000, and that was over the span of, I think, maybe 2 months. And so when I got moved live, and this is why when you said you didn't take the Lucid live, you decided to wait. I kind of wish I had that option, because it was like the only account I was trading at the time. Like I wasn't spread a bunch. I wasn't trading much options at the time. And I had taken out like the 10K. I had like 16K of like a balance left in that account, and they moved 10% of your account to live. So they moved 10K to a live account for me, but I didn't have the option to just take that as a payout. Like, they didn't even give me that as an option. And you couldn't take payouts on anything other than, you had to. So I had my 10K account, and I could only take payouts on stuff above 10K. And so it took them, I think, 2 or 3 weeks to set the account up. And then when they did, I was on vacation, and I took like one $700 payout from it. And then I made the mistake of like being like antsy, wanting to trade it, and I dug myself a hole, and so I ended up blowing that live account last year.
Gotcha.
But it was like one of those situations where it's like, man, I wish I could go back and do it differently, because I left a lot of money on the table. But yeah, that's that's kind of the game you're playing with props. But so I'm only allowed to trade one account with Top One Futures, because they had those new Ignite accounts where they allowed you to trade a bunch, and they're like smaller. They have some interesting rules on them, but I wanted to start practicing copy trading on them, and I asked them if I could, and they'll only allow me to trade one account at a time now. So, but this is on a Tradeify account I'm trading now.
Gotcha. If nothing sets up, Tyler, for me in the next like 10, I'm probably gonna bounce.
Yeah, man, no worries. I know
for options, like I said, I'm gonna take it easy. I'm still watching ANAP. That's probably the only thing. Baba, I don't know if I'll be able to get an entry today. So it's kind of just pumping without me. Could maybe taking it back over the opening print, but I didn't want to.
Yeah, for me, I was gonna continue to manage these runners a little bit, but I probably won't be taking any more entries on anything else. So. Next target, if anyone did take some NQ with me, the next target's at basically 25,200. Another 100 points here. We'll see if we get it. We got that first hourly close. We did break above that first hourly bar. It looks decent here. We could see some resistance at this level, but what a week this would be, right? We gapped down low end of that range very quickly, all the way back up to the top end of the range. At which point we should probably start looking for shorts because we know we're not ever leaving the range. That being said, knock on wood, I'm hoping the NQ price action, I'm either getting used to the crappy NQ price action or it's starting to come back around. I don't know which one it is, but the last couple of weeks have been solid for me, so we'll see.
For sure. All right, I think I'm gonna hop off here, Tyler. Like I said, I don't really do much more, so.
I appreciate you coming on. And,
yeah, of course.
And hopefully you have a good rest of the week. And
yeah,
we'll talk to you soon.
Catch you, man. Have a good one. See you later.
You
See you guys.
Bye. All right, can we break here? 2-minute shrine. Still trading right at the level here. Give us some pumpernickel bread, eh? VIX is still kind of rolling over. I still have some room based off of the level system here on VIX, down on VIX futures down to about 21.95. Another 65 cents or so. All the indices here seeing some unified strength. The Russell, the Dow, ES, all of them. ES is back into previous day's high here, just got above. NQ is about 60 points over its previous day's high. Still holding a little bit of relative strength. I'm actually going to move stops into profit on the runners here. We have Aaron coming up at 12 o'clock, as always, for his nooner breakdown here this afternoon. We do have the game show back on this week. And I keep putting it out there, but if anybody wants to come compete on the game show, you can win yourself a 150K select account from Tradeify. So we'd love to have a guest trader come on. So feel free to reach out if you're interested. Guys, I gotta get some more decorations for the shelves here. And then I want to hang one more deck too. So I was thinking about getting a custom like Stock Dad's deck made. But I don't know if I should get it that just says like the Stock Dad's logo, or Stock Dad's TV, or even I like the Stock Poppy. That'd be kind of cool too. And then we need DJ to buy me like a neon sign or something, you know. But I'm not sure. I'm so indecisive. I don't know what I want to put there. Let's go, baby. Pump it up. Pump it up. Give me a Ripper Magoo bar. Give me just a big bar here. Shouts out Pablo. Pablo is a skateboarder from San Francisco, but he lived in San Francisco. Would just bomb the hills of San Francisco, and I loved watching him. He just made skating look so fun. He always looked like he was having so much fun. Uh, like the energy, you could just like feel the energy through the screen when you watch him skate. And RIP, he was like sketching. It's like when you hang on to a car, or truck, or whatever. So they, in San Francisco, there's a bunch of crazy hills. They used to like bomb these hills, and then they would sketch on the back of cars and like hang on to the cars or trucks and like ride them back up the hill or whatever. So he was sketching. He was hanging onto a truck and hit something. He fell underneath the tires of the truck and got run over. Passed away, unfortunately. But one of my favorite skaters ever. R.I.P. Pablo, you're a legend. Absolute legend. Very few skateboarders have like made me feel that feeling of like that joy that they just admitted coming through the screen. He was a very unique in that sense. Shout out Pablo. Pablo forever, baby. Pablo forever. If you're gonna go out, right? Might as well go out doing what you love. All right, baby. NQ still holding up, looking good. Get another little pop. Let's take another little trim here. We are up about 140 points here. 150 points from the original entry. So the original entry on this trade was this 2-minute bar, right? So I was originally talking about, I said I wanted to see us get back above the open, back above VWAP, and then maybe a little pullback into it that we could enter. But then when we saw a little wick on this, I actually entered on this 2-minute wick here. Then we got the pop above, got the 2-minute back in, and then I added into it right above here. So 2 entries. One of them was at like 24,980s, and then a second entry right at like 2,500 area here. So with the average fill here, we're about 150 points. Can't complain with that. All right, there's some taking more profit here on this push. Pretty happy with today after the gold trade too. So I'm gonna just lock it down and call it a day. Honestly, I think we can go see 25,194.75s, but I'm happy. I'm happy. It's been a good couple weeks, man. It's been a good couple weeks. Hopefully we can keep it rolling. Hopefully we can keep it rolling. Finding a nice groove here live on StockDads.tv. Let's go. Hasn't been the best year of trading for me. I had like I said last year, I had some good trading. Not usually, Jada. Typically, options are settled the following day. It also varies from brokerage to brokerage. So to ask your brokerage account. Amanda, I don't know if you were on earlier. I think she was. We were talking about options versus futures and trading prop firms, and she was mentioning that when she traded, she didn't like trading prop firms because it was like, you have to go in order to get a payout from a prop firm. You most likely have to trade it for multiple weeks, right? So if you buy a prop firm account, it'll probably be weeks until you could, see a return on that money. To where with futures, I believe this is what she was referring to, Jada. If you're still on, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but with trading options, it's like, she could take a trade and make money same day, even if it's maybe the next day or whatever, till it settles and you can take the withdrawal. But I think she was just making the comparison between prop firms and a cash account with options. Amanda, what do you trade? Are you I know you learned from Aaron, so I'd assume probably options. I think most of the stock dads traders are options traders. Yeah, no worries, no worries. I think they're both great. I think options and futures are both great. I think most traders, obviously if you prefer one to the other, actually trade futures primarily. Okay. Yeah, I think they're both great. I like having, both of them as an option. But when certain things aren't looking good, and with options, obviously you can find individual names that maybe have a little relative strength or a little relative weakness. With futures, you get to have, margin, you get to utilize prop firms a bit. But the return on options can be crazy. Like I said yesterday, just kind of messing around more than anything. I bought a QQQ option for $6, and towards the end of the day, it hit $200. I think it was like over 2,000%. So like, where else can you make 2,000% in a day? Options have an insane potential return at times. And you can also play options a lot of different ways. Never taken an options trade. I'm currently practicing options in my paper account because the compounding. Exactly. Yeah. Yeah. Options have a wild potential upside. Like when something can literally go hundreds or thousands of percent in a day or a week, it's like, I had a swing trade I took at the end of one day and held it. It was on, I can't even remember the name. This was maybe 2 years ago at this point, but they went like 3,000%. Like, where else can you get that kind of money or that kind of return, right? I used like $300 to make like over 3,000. It's like, that's crazy. That's crazy. And obviously, most of the time there's, the option Greeks and all that stuff that you gotta deal with, but the potential return on your money is wild. So I think they both have their pros and cons, and I think every trader should try to learn both, and obviously everybody has their preference. Everybody might enjoy one more than the other, but I think having an understanding of both and using both as an option is a great tool to have in your tool belt. Exactly. There's really nothing else like it. Nice move on the Qs here, getting a little trendy. The VIX still rolling over here. We like that. I'm gonna lock it in, and call it a day here. That's 200 points. Man, we got a 200-point move last week, a 200-point move today. Let's go, baby. We're on a heater right now. I gotta keep it chill here. I probably due for a loss, but right now, my baby NQ, she's coming back to me. She's coming back. The price action is coming back. She's all coming back to me. Oh, that's a nice push lower on the VIX. Let's go. Keep squeezing it. All right, guys. Well, hey, very, very, very happy with that trade. We caught a little gold trade early on in the day. I took the entry. It was actually pre-market. Yeah, about 30 minutes before market open. We caught a nice move there, and then we caught the NQ trade there for 200 points. All around, very, very good day. And I'm happy with that. So we're just going to hop off here a little bit early, grab some lunch, and then we'll be back on at 12 with Aaron for the nooner. Hopefully you guys were able to catch a winning trade or at least stay safe out there today. But we'll see you guys all here back in about 55 minutes with the nooner. So we'll see you there. Have a good lunch. Talk to you guys soon. We'll be back. afternoon, everybody. We are back with Aaron for his nooner. What's up, Tamika? Go ahead and take it away, Aaron.
All right. What's up, everybody? Give everybody a minute to get in. Hope you guys had a good morning. What's up, Miss Tamika? 1 second. I want to make sure I send this out. How's everybody doing? Who we got? All right. Miss Amanda, what's up? How are you? Keep things interesting for us here today. That's for sure. All right. Mr. Paz, what's going on? All right. Okay. All right, let's get started, guys. So, starting off on the VIX. Here is exactly where we're sitting, guys. Remember, this is VX, the VIX futures, not VIX, the index. All right, when we zoom out, all right, even more. There we go. Okay, we're in support. All right, now on the larger time frame, okay, we're still in these 44s. Get down there. 44, whatever. 44s to 15s. Okay, that's the resistance. We ran into it. Remember, this runs inverse, right? This leads our US indices. We ran into this short, but there is still this long, okay, that we have yet to get through. All right, and a break of that long, make sure I got this drawn right. Exact there. All right. 2130, don't need to round down, just subtract a tick. 2125. If we break the 2125s, that'll be the first time we have broken this long since January, right? Beginning of January. This long is what has led us in this massive pullback on the indices. All right, we traded it once right here, target, twice, target, 3 times, blew through the target, went into extensions, extensions broke, and here's our pullback. Okay, so here's the big deal. Indices are not out of the woods yet. All right, VIX needs to break those 25. So it needs to trade 20s, 2120s is what it needs to break or trade. When we zoom in, okay, coming off of these highs, we had this extension short, remember? All right, we had our first pullback off of highs. Here's the target. We went to and through that target. All right, so there's the lows to lows extension we were talking about this morning. Okay, it held. We had this little squeeze back up here this morning. Now we're at the target. Okay, now we're at this profit target. 2230s, we traded 35. We came 1 tick away from this profit target, right? So what does that mean? Well, it means that if we don't fall through this, okay, that we could make another full pullback into this extension long or this extension short. Now, what we're going to watch, okay, because the VIX is a little bit different than some of the other stuff. There are these halfway back on the day, these 10 a.m. highs to lows. And watch that. You can watch our 8 a.m. highs to lows. We're going to go on the conservative side with our 8 a.m. highs to lows. Could that lead us through the extension? Well, there's 2 levels. One that could lead us through, and then these previous lows, right there, that could lead us through these targets. These targets are a big deal, right? Because if we start lifting off, all right, the indices are going to make pullbacks, absolutely, and the VIX could squeeze all the way back up into this extension short, okay? And possibly break it, because we have not broken the long yet. We have absolutely not broken the long. So this next pullback is a big deal. All right, so we'll see if these 8 a.m. highs to lows or these previous lows are going to hold us down. And if they don't, we got to squeeze on the VIX, right? And a pullback on the indices. Okay. VIX is not broken this yet. All right, even though we had this nice move down this morning, nothing has broken. Okay? Any questions on where we are here? Anybody? This is a big deal. Anybody? Very good. All right. What up, Edward? All right. So that's where we are. It's in a downtrend as of right now. Now, in the larger time frame, there's this long, but we are in a downtrend. VIX is in a downtrend. Okay. All right. So moving on to our financials now. Bank, unfortunately, okay, has run back into that next short. All right. And that is drawn from our highs on March 2nd to our lows. This is the one we drew up this morning, being on the conservative side. Okay. Now, remember, this is just an index. This can do whatever it wants, but we're not in an official uptrend yet. What's up, Art? All right. We did have this pullback this morning. And that was great. 10 a.m. Remember, 10 a.m. on Tuesday is when our participation kicks in. Okay. And there's that pullback. So could there be another long here to lead us higher? There could be. We don't have any idea this is here yet, right? Because we ran into this short. Okay. So as of right now, you know, we're getting some bank weakness, right? And we're getting VIX strength as it pulls off this profit target. Okay. And that's going to send the indices into pullbacks. All right. So we're not out of the woods yet. Not out of the woods yet. Okay. Right now, onto the ES. Remember where we are in the larger time frame. All right, we're at these massive long setups that we've had forever. These 65, 58, 75s down here. Okay, and when we zoom in, that's that line you see right there. Right there, right there. Okay, that's that line you see. But look what we ran into. Okay, the VIX ran into that long. Indices ran into this massive short. Okay, this is the all the way halfway back pullback. We know that the indices love to back and fill all the way, right? So from these highs on January 28th to lows, we have now pulled back all the way halfway back, okay? So for this to break, we need the VIX to keep falling, right? Eventually through those 25s, right? So there's still people buying volatility down here, right? Still people buying volatility down here. And that's going to send the indices down. All right, so here's the extension short or the extension long that's inverse of the VIX extension short. And that's from 5 a.m. overnight, 5:30 to highs. There's that extension long. Okay, I'm going to get rid of this because we don't need it. Okay, so could there be this long right here? Well, there could be if the VIX holds the short, but you can see we touched the top of the range. So we really wouldn't want to trust that. Okay, so you can see, although this is all nice and pretty and everything, VIX needs to keep going down, or these guys have traded into the next short and are starting their next leg down. Okay, so again, not out of the woods here yet. All right, now gap fill this morning. Come on, there we go. Okay, gap fill this morning, 67.0175. We made this pullback. This was the VIX extension short, right? This was the VIX extension short right here. Okay, right there at 8:30, we started that grind higher off the VIX's short, right? And then at 9:30, right, we did open within 20 points, okay? And just went straight up and filled the gap. So congratulations if you got these entries down here, okay? Those 20 points were the entries and straight up filled the gap. And then we had all the profit taking coming off the fill, and then VIX squeezed back into its resistance short or extension short and lift off, okay? So very nice gap fill this morning, very technical, and just sold straight off from it. There's your profit taken right there. Okay. Oh, we had a new low tick of the day. Yeah, we are popping off that, aren't we? Let's see if the VIX is holding that previous. Yeah, see, there's that previous short or the previous low. Right. Right there. So we'll see. We'll see. All right, if we do go through this target, guys, if we do fall through this target for somehow, right, we're going to draw lows to lows. We're going to draw another lows to lows. Okay, and the indices will head higher. All right. Okay, so there we go. There's going to be a little battle here. It's going to be kind of obvious on the VIX right there with that previous low. All right, so that's where we are. Okay, now onto the NASDAQ. Remember, the NASDAQ hadn't broke anything either on the larger time frame. Okay, and the NASDAQ's been the strongest. All right, there's those 5 a.m. or 5:30 highs to highs right there. Almost, what did we get here? Probably not going to redraw this. No, not quite. We get 190. No, we didn't hit that target yet. Okay, so we're going to leave this draw right where it is. We want to be very careful in the middle unless the VIX starts heading south. All right, but the NASDAQ's been the strongest of the indices. Okay, so we're kind of up here, just kind of no man's land right here. All right, until the VIX either breaks that previous short and heads back up, which would lead these down, or defends that previous short and heads south, and then these guys would defend these previous highs and lift off. Okay. All right. So there's that little battle going on right there. Okay, now onto the YM and the Russells. Now remember, think bank with the YM and the Russells. All right. If bank continues to head higher, okay, these guys are going to have a big tailwind. Now, if it doesn't and bank does roll over at that short where it is, or that resistance level, you're going to see these guys roll over. Okay, absolutely we are. All right, this short on the YM, we've got support, but it's way down there below us. Okay, is from February 10th down here to our lows. Okay, haven't quite gotten up there yet. Thanks, Edward. But here's that extension long. Let's see if we hit that target. 48,102. Would we trade? No, haven't quite hit it yet. Okay, so there's that extension long, 515, 530, highs to highs, right there. Inverse of the VIX, and haven't quite gotten to that target yet. Again, if the VIX falls through its profit targets, these indices go through their profit targets, then we're going to be drawing these highs to highs extensions on the indices, lows to lows on the VIX. Okay. But again, watch bank with the YM and the Russells. Okay. This bank would need to get through and keep going up, right? It would need to get through this short and keep going up. All right, which it's obviously making a pullback right now. Okay, and that's going to put a big headwind against the YM and the Russells. Okay. All right, so the Russells has squeezed all the way back up into its short setup. Okay, there's its short setup from highs. Indices like to come all the way halfway back and fill all the way. Okay, so from January 22nd, basically highs of the year to low of the year. All right, to the 9th, there it is right there. Okay, so same as the others, right? 5:30 a.m., highs to highs. Okay, now the Russells hit it. All right, the Russells has hit that target. Okay, so we can trail this extension now to highs. We see these extensions break, right? Bank starts to fall. There'll be pullback shorts coming out of this, roll us right back over. Okay, so the Russells actually did hit that target. Yep. Okay, just like the VIX did. So the Russells is the most correlated exactly with the VIX right now. Okay, VIX hit its target short, Russells hit its target long. All right. So there we go. So there's, let's see what we got going. VIX bank indices. Okay. No, we're defending that. Let's see that. Previous low, we're defending it as of right now. We're defending it. So we got a new low tick of the day. Let's see. What time was that? That was at 12:05. No, 12:06. There's 12:06. Right in here. Okay. All right, so we'll see. We'll see. The bank continues to head up. VIX continues to head down. Indices are going to lift off. VIX lifts off through these lows. Bank continues to roll over and make this pullback. Indices are going to make pullbacks. Simple as that. All right. Oh, very nice, Mr. Paz. 120%. Very nice. Awesome, awesome. All right. Any questions, guys? VIX bank indices. Anybody? Everybody good? Okay. All right, moving on. Now, Bitcoin. All right, remember it had traded and defended that first pullback after we broke the extension short. Okay, so it's got this resistance now up here at these 85, 689s would be the first place we'd look for resistance. Okay. So it's exactly what we were talking about this morning. All right. We held this pullback long, right? And that was from February 5th to our highs on March 4th. We held that first long after the pullback. Trade support, break the short, broke our short setup. That was a big deal. And then we held the long. Okay. Right there. All right. Look at that front run. 38.2. That's aggressive. That's everybody and their brother thinking the same thing. Right there. Okay. We can move this down to here if we wanted to. Okay. Just like that. So that long's holding off of lows. All right. That has this larger has targets at 77, 754. Okay. So we can just follow this trend up. All right. We can just follow this trend up. These targets from this pullback are up here at these 72, 885s. Okay. So doing exactly what we thought, right? Doing exactly what we thought it would do. And then obviously we'll see when we get up here, everybody and their brother is going to say Bitcoin's back. It's awesome, blah, 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 blah. And we'll see. We'll just wait for a long to break up here. And that would lead us down. All right. We've got until, well, we'll go over that on the spot. Okay. So there's Bitcoin. What did we just get? Oh, yeah. Look at that. Bank's starting to rise. Interesting. We'll see if we can get through these lows, right? We'll see if we can get through these lows, go into more aggressive extensions. And then remember, it's the 21, 25s need to break. Don't know if we're going to get there today, but we'll see. All right, we'll see. This is the most bullishness we've had on the VIX. I mean, for the indices, or the most bearishness we've had on the VIX in a while. And that's saying a lot because we haven't even broke a long yet. Okay. All right. Let's move on. Bitcoin spot. Nope, wrong screen. Hang on. There we go. There we go. Okay. Bitcoin spot. All right. Now, remember how this whole thing is playing out, right? Get rid of this. Okay, here's our weekly chart. Okay, here is last winter. All right. We had our highs. We went into extension shorts right here. We went into extension shorts. Those extension shorts broke, and then we made this pullback right into the 38.2, and that finished off the winter. Okay. So where are we right now? We broke extension shorts. There's that same pullback, right? And we'll see if that leads us down to these 33.5 area or September, October, between September 6th and October 6th, right, of this year. All right. Here's the same as our spot or our futures market. Okay, we traded support, broke the short, right there, boom, broken. And here's the pullback. Right there. Okay, so almost identical. Not 100% exact, but very, very close. Okay. So there we go. There we go. There's Bitcoin. All right, just being incredibly technical, right? Absolutely incredibly technical. Other than the VIX, which is pretty much always going to be the most technical instrument down to the tick, Bitcoin's behaving incredibly well, right? Bitcoin's behaving incredibly well. Okay, so ignore everything you hear, everything you read, and just let price tell us. Price is telling us exactly what's going on. Okay. All right, stocks. What do you guys want to see? Anybody? Any stocks? Really? Nobody? No stocks? Okay. All right. No stocks. Okay, cool. All right. Fine by me. Okay. Crude oil. Get over here, crude oil. All right. So crude oil still, it didn't hold that little pullback. It's still in this massive long setup. Okay. I got to go out way further. This is from COVID lows, right, to March of 22 highs right there. Then we have this pullback. We trade support, break the short, and then we're in this pullback right now. Okay. And we haven't quite lifted off. Not that. There we go. Okay, so this is that. Well, let me give you the date here. It's from these lows on April 9th of 25. Okay, April 9th of 25 to highs. Okay, and that's what gives us this. Okay, that's what's giving us this right here. Now, we haven't lifted off yet, and there was an extension short, right? There wasn't much structure to this. Okay. But there was this potential extension short, and it did break, right? There was this pullback, and then we had this extension short. That did break, okay? That did pierce. But now we're going Fred Flintstone, getting his car going down here at lows. Okay, we're just shopping around down here. So, I mean, you could make the case that these Monday highs to lows are holding us down. There's just not a whole lot to it. Okay, so all we're going to do here is let this thing, this is an accumulation phase is what it appears to be, right? But we need to lift off and get a pullback. Okay, that's what we need to do. So, and we haven't done that yet. All right, we're just shopping around. Now, there's nothing wrong with getting long down here, putting your stop below the 61.8 and letting it work itself out, right? Nothing wrong with that at all. What we don't want to see to the long side, if you are getting long, you can go down the smaller time frame. You don't want to see these starting to hold, right? That could lead us down through here. Again, a lot going on in the world, right? A lot going on in the world. So as long as we stay above these 79, 71s, right? It's still in that support. It's still in that long setup. Right, but I'd love to see some sort of long hold, and we just haven't gotten it yet. This is what I was watching this morning, a little draw I had on there. Right, it was holding, then it filled. So we're just, again, Fred Flintstone getting his car going down here. All right, we'll see if these break. Oil could, nice pullback. If we don't, and we start to lift off, we should have longs that we can trade. Remember this, we have targets up at 159, all right, 134 and 159. Okay, we've had those targets since 2022. Okay, so there we go, just not lifted off yet. All right, Fred Flintstone getting his car going right here. Got to build up enough fuel to either lift off or start to fall. Okay, but we are in support. We are in support. Okay, now gold and silver. Excuse me. Gold, where the hell did you go? Okay, gold still hasn't broken this next short, and it's trying. Okay, so I want to show you the gravity of all this, right? This long is drawn from our highs on April 22nd of 25. April 22nd of 25. Okay, to highs. That's our next extension long. We've already traded from this extension before. Traded it right there. Remember, we had the 31.55 pullbacks. We had the 39.54 pullbacks. And now we've had the 45.68 pullbacks. We've already broken the short from highs. Okay, so we have targets up at 61.26. Now, inside of this, there's that monster long right there. All right. Now, you guys can't see that. Oh, hang on. All right. So here's this long coming off of these lows, off of that monster support. All right. And that's drawn from February 2nd to our highs. Okay. That's down here. Now, remember, this is that 5,000 mark, that psychological level. We haven't broken this short from highs yet to confirm our support. We're getting close. It's absolutely under pressure. Okay, if we break these 52.70 20s, we can draw lows to highs and buy that next pullback. Okay, so we're just not quite there yet. I mean, it is under pressure. This is the most bullish it's been. It's breaking out of the top of its range, but we're just not quite through that short. But again, if we poke our head up and start to pull back, we can draw lows to highs. That confirms our support and buy pullbacks. Okay. All right. So there we go. There's gold. Now silver broke its opposing move. Okay. Here's silver's long down here, massive long setup down here. This was the short. Let me get rid of all this stuff here. All right. This was the long coming off of these lows, which were on February 5th, the highs. This short is what broke. This is what gold hasn't quite done yet, but we broke down on silver. All right, so we're watching for these pullbacks. All right, now silver's got some work to do above it. There's a larger short above it, but we're watching for these pullbacks right here. Okay, that we could get into that would lift us off, as long as we don't get here first. Right, as long as we don't get there first. Okay, so silver and gold both looking really good. All right, silver and gold both looking really good. All right, now to the dollar. Okay, here's DXY. Now remember, DXY had this extension long that broke, but the euro didn't, right? So the DXY could start these dollar weakness trades. This is all dollar weakness right now. Okay, we continue down, dollar weakness. Now this extension long that broke on DXY, I'm going to show you the euro. The euro didn't break it. Okay, this is the important part. Here's the extension short. Okay, remember DXY runs inverse to the euro. All right, from our lows on February 5th to our lows, right there. Okay, haven't broken that. Oh, we want to see NVIDIA. Oh, we'll look at that in a sec. All right, so here's that extension short. We have not broken it. All right, DXY did. That's what I mean. DXY can lie, right? Over 50% of DXY is made up of the euro. So you want an easy way to look at dollar strength and weakness, just look at the euro. Okay, so if we do poke our head up here, which I know a lot of us are waiting on that, remember where we are in the larger time frame. Okay, there's this massive extension long from our highs on January 23rd of 23 to our highs here January 26th of this year. That's that long we're sitting right inside of. Okay, right inside of it, right there. All we need to do is break a short and then buy that pullback. Okay, remember this extension, we've traded from it before, right? We've traded from it before, right there to a target. Okay, so this is just number 2. Okay, so that's why it's such a big deal if we can break these extension shorts, right? And that they're continuing to hold us down. All right, they're holding us down. February 5th, March 3rd. Bam, 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 bam. Just not there yet. So come on, get there. Ring that bell. Get up there and ring that bell. All right. So there's the euro. So anyway, this is all dollar weakness. This is going to put a tailwind behind the precious metals, tailwind behind the indices, as long as we continue with this dollar weakness, because we're in a negative correlation right now. Now, the dollar yen, remember the dollar yen broke its next long setup, all right, in its series. It broke it. And there's our first pullback short, right? So didn't quite make it. Let's see if we broke this opposing move yet. Not quite. If we break that opposing move, hang on, this is the TOS glitch. All right, we're gonna have to go old school here. There we go. Okay, if we break this opposing long, right, we can watch from these highs to lows or wherever it stops, see if we can get in. All right, but we haven't quite done it yet. See that? Haven't quite broken it yet. But if we do, we can draw those highs to lows to see if we can jump into that. But again, all this falling, as long as the euro is going up, this falling is dollar weakness. Okay. Again, we haven't seen a whole lot of it lately, but that broke. There's no way to sugarcoat that. That next long on the dollar yen broke. All right. Okay, so there's the dollar. These keep falling. That's dollar weakness. Now, what we don't want to see is if the dollar yen starts falling, right? See, the dollar yen's in shorts. Well, as of right now, the euro's in shorts too. So we don't want to see the euro start falling with the yen. That's no. That's the carry trade unwind. We want to see that, right? So we'll see. We'll see. As of now, even though they're both in short setups, you know, euro showing strength, yen showing weakness. Okay, or dollar weakness. Sorry. All right. Okay. Let's look. Let's look at NVIDIA. I haven't looked at this one in a while. All right. There we go. Remember, NVIDIA was in pullbacks, right? NVIDIA was not in good shape there for a little bit. This is choppy Chopperton. All right, so here's this long below us, right? From April 7th of 25 to our highs. That's what's holding us up. We're not even making this pullback. This is chop nasty in here. We did break though. We broke these highs. We're just in it's just a range, nasty range. All right, we've broken shorts from highs. That's it. Broken longs from lows, right? So I mean, overall trend is still bullish, right? Overall trend is still bullish. I just absolutely look at this like this. Just a whole lot of chop nasty. Miss Jackson, if you're nasty. That's how I look at NVIDIA. It's still, the path of least resistance is up, right? The path of least resistance is up. It's in longs, but right now, that's something. That is something. Middle of the range just getting destroyed, right? Middle of the range just getting wrecked. Obviously, depending on your time frame, right? I mean, this could make pullbacks and lead back to the top of the range, right? We don't want to trust anything in the middle right now, right? Middle will eventually hold. We just don't know when that's going to be. All right, those are the expensive bragging rights. pick in the middle. Rattlesnakes hang out in there. So right now, I just look at that as a range. Just look at that as a range. Choppy range, choppy chopperton. Thanks, Amanda. All right. Okay, any other stocks or anything, anybody? Let's see where we are here. Yes. So we got, oh, look at that. Look at that. Those previous lows, bam. That's how weak the VIX is right now. Right, there goes bank, defending the previous highs. See that? That's bullish. We haven't seen bullishness like this in a while. See that previous high, bank defended it. There we go. Previous low, VIX defended it. There we go. Indices gonna have these tailwinds. So, whoa, going into the afternoon, sideways to higher on the indices, sideways to lower on the VIX, bank sideways to higher. First time we've said that in a while. All right, so trying to pick the top, right, is not going to be very healthy. Congrats if you get it, right? But not the safest play. All right. Man, that VIX weakness is surprising. This is the most intense VIX weakness we've had in a while. Right? So VIX weakness, bank strength, haven't said that in a bit. Sideways to higher on the indices. All right. So if you guys want to make the euro break this little extension and get up and ring that bell, that would be awesome. And if you guys want to make silver give us this pullback before it gets up to these highs, that would be awesome. Yeah, and then the indices, as long as bank is doing this too, the indices are just going to churn higher. Grind, like one of those annoying grinds. All right. Looking pretty good, right? Looking pretty good. Okay. Looking really good. Best we've looked in a while. All right, best we've looked in a while. Thanks, Mr. Paz. All right, thanks, Amanda. All right, any other questions, guys? Anything I can do to help the ball club? All right, this is a teaching hospital. Anybody? Nope. Okay. All right, cool. Easy day. Easy day. Pretty solid Tuesday here. All right, just keep an eye on the VIX. It keeps falling. Bank keeps rising. Sideways to higher. All right, very good. All right, thanks, Tyler.
Thanks, Aaron. Appreciate it.
All right, see you guys.
Thanks, everybody. We will be back tomorrow morning, 8:15 a.m. We'll see you guys there. Hopefully, we keep pumping up this market and catch some more longs. Thank you guys for tuning in and supporting the stream. We'll see you guys later.